Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Happy 3rd of January 2023. Let's go ahead and get started. If I could just get a quick mic check, make sure you guys can see and hear the screen. All right, great. So, yes, we are back from the holiday, but it is a short week. I woke up this morning, was thinking to myself, is everybody back from holiday, or should we give it like a week or two? I think it's still going to be pretty quiet. I think with a short week, it's going to be pretty consistent with the last couple short weeks. I think it's important, as I said in our notes this morning, and I'll go ahead and read those aloud just to kind of reiterate them. And you can find those notes every morning under Trendy Updates. Okay, this is really important. Make sure when you wake up in the morning, you're looking for those notes. Basically, if you don't know, the ES futures are my guide to my portfolio. Okay, so if I expect the ES futures to basically chop sideways to down, I'm expecting the market to do the same. Okay, 9 times out of 10, this is going to work for me. The only time that the ES is really off with the entire market is maybe during, options expiration, quad witching, things like that. But even still, then you'll see that the market is in tune overall. So NASDAQ, ES futures, and so forth. So last night, we saw a really great move, and we'll go over that here in a second, on both sides of the PMZ, providing several points for a lot of traders out there. What I'm focused on this morning is looking at the 4-hour blueprint that we went over last night. So during my stream, I talked just for a few minutes before I headed out, and then I came back and I traded to the upside, got stopped, then traded to the downside, made points to the downside, and then hung out with my family, played some board games, came back, woke up this morning and saw that we got the really big move. Obviously, when I was sleeping, but it's okay. What I'm seeing here, as far as the 4 hours concerned, is that we pushed up pretty close, right? We don't have to touch it to the tick, but I had a target up there around 39.07. You can see that the market indeed pushed up towards that target. So that's a really big move, and if you look at current price at 38.82, you can see that price has come back quite a bit from that level. That's what is expected, I should say. So once again, we're going to outline these zones, okay? And those zones, okay, are going to be really important, right? Because a supply zone is where we expect prices to stall, all right? It doesn't necessarily mean we have to go short, so just understand that. But what it does mean is if I'm long, I want to be careful, close to this zone. Now, a couple things. Not all zones are created equal. Notice that the inside and down formation is here. And again, guys, you can always watch that video on my YouTube page. I still get questions about it. I think it's pretty straightforward. It's a very short video that really helps you identify these levels. But again, they're not all created equal. So if you notice on this zone, when price left the zone right here, it actually came back and got very close to testing. And then it came into demand, okay? And the price pushed back into the zone. Price came back down into demand. Okay, and then we push back into the zone, and over, this zone right here has been resistance the entire time. Okay, since roughly going back to about December 15th, folks. All right, and that's why I put this area right here. It says expected range. Okay, it's just a channel. That's what we're looking at. Okay, so again, just a channel. And I'll go ahead and highlight that as well, just so you understand. So if I think that the market is in a channel, and I think we can all agree that it's in a channel, okay? If I think that, then I expect the market on a gap up on the ES futures for, a lot of things to gap up. So you got China names that gapped up, you got Amazon, you got Google, you got all the regulars, right? Everything's gapping up a tad, but just a tad, because we are range bound. And just like this note says right here, better look above. And what I mean by that is if the market finally pushes over this, it can come back, retest this level, and make this a base, then I do believe the better look is above here. We have A lot of earnings coming up, folks. It's Christmas again, baby. That's my favorite time of the year is when we have earnings. All right. I like the lead up into earnings, and I'm going to keep it positive. Law of attraction 2023. Let's have better lead ups into earnings. Typically, right, we're going to come down into demand. We're going to pull back prices. Bigger money loads up on the names that they believe are going to be great into a push into earnings. And we're going to be looking for those. Okay. We got banks about a week from now. All right. And then we start to see Apple, Amazon, all those good things around the 23rd, I believe, somewhere in there. So about 2 to 3 weeks out. So right in this area. So the week of the 23rd starts looking really exciting. All right. Now, looking at that, that's about 20 days, right? 20 days that the market can kind of just mess around here. And if for any reason that we pull back lower end of this channel, I believe this would be an opportunity somewhere in here to buy into that run. Now it's a if this then that. So if prices this week decide to kind of push up here, hold the 4-hour cloud, kind of like what it's doing right now. This is a nice look, but it needs to show us that it can break through here. Okay. So what does that mean? It just means we're a bit range bound. All right, folks, it doesn't mean we're not going to trade. I just want you to understand it's a little range bound, and this is not a trendy look. This is not trending, if you will. All right, this would be trending, just like this. This right here is just considered chop. All right, so that is your ES futures on the 4-hour look. Let's go ahead and look at it from the daily. So these charts here, I'm giving you every Sunday. Go over into the future charts, all right, and then take a look at these. I give you the weekly, the daily, the 4-hour, and then at night, it's really straightforward. We use the PMZ, all right, the pre-market zone. We'll get to that here in a second. Notice that I created this line here at 38.98.64, and this would be like, 0.5 because we don't have a 0.64 in the ES futures, but this would be your resistance. Notice that it worked really well last night. Okay, we pushed up into resistance, and notice that on the daily, this cloud is resistance until proven otherwise. Once again, folks, if we can move up over this cloud, over that channel, things start to look a lot better for a nice clean move potentially into 39.36, 39.71. We have 39.82, and I love this supply zone that's up here around 40.35 where I have a short trigger. When we get up into the short trigger, again, I'll coach, but there's no need to go short just because it's hitting here. There's a lot of things that we're looking for, and we like to use the TTM squeeze in conjunction with our zones, okay? Notice also last week, we came into this little area here around the trigger long areas. Those are working as well. This would be considered a zone. So once again, if price were to pull back into these trigger longs, this is from a bigger perspective. Okay. So if we were to come back to here, again, I'm using the TTM squeeze on a lower time frame to get long in this box. Okay. But I want to stay long for longer. Okay. So again, this daily, the 4-hour, and the weekly are for traders who want to hold a little bit longer. All right. On the weekly, higher lows, lower highs. Basically, we're just chopping sideways. We have this resistance above around 39.07. All right. Bulls need above 39.37. All right. And then again, this is the bigger picture. Far as support is concerned right now, I would say 38.31. As long as we can hold above here, I can see price moving up into the cloud. But again, today's going to be really important, okay, if we can get outside of that channel or not. All right. The overall plan for me was a bigger move up would set me up for that hedge that I talked about for our yearly 2023 expectations. So the higher we go, and that would be great. And I would prefer to see a shallow dip and a really strong move into earnings. And when, new buyers for the new year come in and things are looking like, like everyone's forgotten about what's happened in 2022, that's about the time that I want to start buying some hedges. All right. And again, I like the 325 by 315. is what I'm looking for. And that would be like my hedge for the year, buying probably 1 year out, maybe 6 months. I might do 6 months. That way I don't have to hold on to it the entire year, but that's what I'm looking for. Okay. Now, please listen to me. Disclaimer, I am a bull by nature. I always have been. So a lot of times what I'm looking for is for price to pull back into demand zones, and then I'm looking to buy to the upside. Okay. I'll also buy puts, but I prefer to buy the dip over the rip. All right. So a lot of patience today. Let's get to the most important thing, 5 minute. This is what our look looks like. And if you joined me last night, you would have seen that I went long. I was anticipating a break over the PMZ. I got stopped out for 3 points or so, and then I went short. I just flipped the script. You guys know how this works. Literally, we go long above this level right here, and we go short below it. And you can see that the short provided quite a few points to the downside. Okay. Once we consolidated here, and again, I ended up going to bed, unfortunately. This zone held very well. And on a set and forget, on a close or a break above, you can see lined up with the line in the sand. This did really well from about 38.67, a strong push into our target, which was around 39.07. That is a super nice run right there, and I see that some of you traders took that as well. So right now, what do we have going on a 5 minute perspective? We have red to white to green, so we have momentum change. All right, and we are above the EMAs. That's a good look, and we're coming right up into the trendy edge. On open, I would expect maybe a little bit of resistance around 38.93. Let it pull back, let it flag, and then we'll be looking at this is a night PMZ, and I know all you guys know that. All right, you can tell by the color, but these are the numbers right here that we are concentrating on at the moment. Okay, and this is my risk for the day. All right, 3.75 at a minimum. All right, so once we open up about 5 minutes before open, this PMZ will show up on the screen. It'll be a whole different color. We'll have a box, and again, looking to go long above and short below. My notes here, intraday use, and these numbers can change around a little bit before the open. The current numbers are long, greater than or equal to, right here, 3885.75, and to go short has to be less than or equal to 3882. The risk is 3.75. Daily, the long is between 38.71. We've already come into it, 38.71 and a half by 38.61. All right. I would expect the market to move to the upside if we were to come back to that zone. All right. Short below, and only for me today, the only shorts that I want to be taking are below this PMZ low right here. Okay. Even then, though, with a strong gap up, a little bit of momentum here, I'm not sure how much of a risk to reward we're looking at. Okay. Now I know how to find targets. You guys get that. So if we're going to target to the downside, if we break down below 3882, then I would expect to move into 3877 and then potentially a move back down to about 3867. Okay. So again, I'm not looking for a huge sell off or anything. Just a good, 3 to 5 points is where I'm looking at trimming or getting out of positions if we were to go short. All right. So very quick and easy there. Far as like names that I'm looking at, let's go ahead and go over those. I won't go too far because I've already given you the charts and shown you what I'm looking at. So let's go into a 4-hour. This is your setup, my setup for Google. Basically, what I'm looking for is price to come down into the zone. We just did that. Congratulations. Then we're looking for prices to go bid. And our intraday targets are 91, 92, possibly 93. All right. And the stop is underneath this 87.55. Really quick, very important. If prices pull back into the zone on the open, I don't do anything. Everybody knows that. Matter of fact, I prefer for prices to get to the lower end of the curve or that box, and that's where I want to end up going long. Like I understand it says stop, but I prefer to get it cheaper and then ride it outside of the zone for a cheaper price and then look to trim into that area. Very straightforward. This is an entry zone. Again, the further we get into it, the better I like it because my stop is tighter. My risk is smaller. My reward is bigger. Very straightforward. All right. So that's Google. And the next one is going to be Meta. All right. So here we are. We have our zone. You guys can see here also that we have, you can look at the 4-hour, you can look at the 30-minute if you like. Same setup though. And what I'm looking for, and it looks like we've already kind of dipped close to here, looking for the move into 123.14. And again, this is intraday, 123.14 to 124. And far as swing is concerned, meaning 1 to 3 days, maybe 1 to 4 days, because it's a short week, 127 to 129. If the zone comes into here, this is where I'm looking to go long. Hey, buddy, come here. And then the stop is around 118.01. That's my grandson saying hi to you guys. So anyway, so 118.01 is my stop for a swing, but the stop for the intraday is under 119.82. All right. So that's about it. If you guys have any questions, please let me know. I believe Melissa has a couple charts that she's looking at as well, and she'll go over those with you here in a second. And again, Happy New Year. Good morning. And I can't wait to trade with you guys. Hey, thanks, Melissa. I appreciate it. Happy New Year's to everybody. Hopefully, yeah, you said you had some board games going on. We've been doing a lot of that. I'm trying to figure out how I want to set up in the background here. Yeah, we played a game last night called Code Names. I would highly recommend it. It's a great game. We've been playing it for about a year or so. You guys saw some of my fireworks that I tweeted out. Those things were no joke. We got some video, but I don't know if you guys know, but out here on the water, we kind of not on the water. We're not, firing these things out over the water, but right here in the neighborhood, everybody's pretty pro fireworks in this neighborhood. It gets pretty loud. It's pretty insane. I felt so bad for my daughter Autumn, who was, working the next day. She was like, man, she had a great attitude about it though. She's like, I went to bed. I was so excited, to get to work. And then she's like, at midnight, this entire neighborhood started popping fireworks. Well, you could tell by the picture that I put out there, those aren't like, your old school fireworks. Those aren't black cats. Those are like the things that you fire off at fireworks shows. So right here in the neighborhood, you have several people firing off what looks like, it's a big show. So it gets pretty fun and exciting. But poor girl, she had a hard time sleeping until about 12:30. So then she had to be up at 5. So, but she had a great attitude about it. So, speaking of great attitudes, let's get in the right mind frame going into this year, folks. Nothing has changed. The market is the same almost every single year. You wait for your setups, you wait for price action, try not to speculate. And one of the biggest things that I've talked about on my resolution is about allocation. I need to be better with my allocation, meaning I really, really want to stick to the same allocation every time I trade because the market doesn't care about what you think is a A setup versus a C setup. That's actually something I went through about a year and a half ago. And then I realized, it really is synergistically kind of comes together with how I feel about when we talk about the surfer in the ocean, right? The market doesn't know you're there. The ocean doesn't know you're there. You have to wait for that perfect wave. We have to wait for what we think is a perfect setup, or at least say, wait for our right levels, our zones, our boxes. We're waiting for prices to come back into there. If for some reason price doesn't come back to there, it doesn't necessarily mean I can't trade it. It doesn't mean that it has to touch this level before I take it. But the closer it gets, the better. So for example, over here on AMD, if it were to just shoot up like this on the open, I'm not chasing it. Okay, because I want to buy it down here where Melissa was just going over that setup, right? I prefer to buy it down here. All right, at least try down there. Because like I was explaining earlier, I want my stops to be tighter. So the further we get away, the bigger the risk. Okay. The only thing that we can do is wait for our setups, execute those setups, and manage that setup. It's the only thing you can do, folks. Okay. So, does anything change really in 2023? Yes, you can control your allocation. You have to understand that the market doesn't really care about your grading of setups. Because what I found is when you grade setups, you change your allocation, and the ones that you thought weren't going to work end up working. And the ones that you gave like this beautiful setup score, they're just okay sometimes. And it's vice versa. But the thing is, the perfect allocation really works out great, right? And I really encourage you guys to do that this year. So we are going to put together, right, a form that we can fill out to show you the differences. Because I'm telling you, a lot of times I'll talk to people and they're like, yeah, man, I won a lot, but I still lost money. And I've been there, still have been there. I've done that. I know what that feels like. And when you go back, you're like, man, if I would have just kept the same allocation, I actually could have made a lot of money. I don't want that to happen in 2023. So that is my goal for this year. Okay. All right. So again, 1 minute to go here, about 30 seconds. You can see Meta has already taken off, came close to the box here, pushed up into the first target at 123.14. That's an intraday target. So for you guys that are trading equity, you're already trimming, and you can see we're pulling back from there. Google, you're up a little bit here. It's pulled back to the zone as well. And then right here is 65.82 is the PMZ. So, and I'm going to pull this over because I'm not too sure where I want to be today. Like if I just want to trade futures or what. But I'm going to pull up the ES futures really quick. Just like that. My TV is not turning on. What is going on back here? Never seen that before. And you can see AMD also hit that 66.40 to the tick and came back. That is strange. My TV is not working. Why? All right, so like we talked about, we pushed up into the trendy edge. We pulled back a little bit here. ES only up 14 points. Everything else kind of backing off. Meta looking pretty strong. Let's see, AMD, nice push. Look at these levels here so far. And a little bit of support right there at 38.71 and a half. So that was our bigger level. And so far, that was your daily get long level, if you will. All right, and that's already up about 9 points. And that's the one we went over here this morning. And Meta is just blasting off. See you later. And let's go over to the 5 minute, just really quick. And we hit that 72 as well. And like I said, if we can't push up and over the PMZ and trendy edge, I'd look for price to come down here to 38.64. Google's starting to run as well. Meta through the second intraday target here. And let's see if we can. I'm going to start out with a little bit of Google down here because my risk isn't that bad. And AMD. Did you happen to get into AMD when it pulled back to the PMZ? Yeah. Well, see, so what I'm thinking here, if the ES futures can't, yeah, a bit above the PMZ and so forth, we may get some cheaper prices um, as we pull back to the line in the sand or so. So if it does, then I think these trades continue to move up. Let's see, AMD 65, 62. Mm-mm. I don't. Oh yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be crazy. I can't hear assaults or anything. I'll let you know. I can hear it a little bit in the background. And I'll be right back. I'm trying to figure out why my TV's not working back here. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, guys, just trimmed Google as well. You trimmed your AMD, Melissa? Nice. Right into the target there. Nice one. You'll be in it to win it. Yeah, PMZ is working out nicely here, guys. And as you can see, the rest of the market's starting to move off of it as well. Why is this so weird? All right, trimming again. Yeah, and so that move from the PMZ into 6640, that was your, let me see here. Let me look here. Okay, I see. That was a whole dollar. Huh. Well, almost. It's almost a dollar. Let's go 6719. Yeah, Dougie Fresh. The private account, I just moved over to Trendy Alerts, man. We're just trying to consolidate, making everything one place for you to see alerts. There's no, I'm, all, I mean, after all these years, I'm still trying to find where I need to like write things. And it's not like we don't even have a lot, but I'm telling you, for me, there's just too much to look at. Like, so I need to consolidate some stuff. All I want to see is like, just a few things. What is important though is you guys have your education channel. Austin has went to the website and brought everything over. So like, you just click in there to see the education stuff. So if you're a pro member, that's where your education is. For sure. Hey guys, I'm pulling up stops on Google as well to end the money. So that way we don't, lose any money. It's come up. It's hit the yearly edge to the tick. Um, and so yeah, yeah, we can definitely hear that. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Good luck, Melissa. That's for sure. Yeah, so I don't do well with loud noises. We were having, sorry, it sounds mean, but I have like a rare condition. Like seriously, I really do. Like noises really like get to me that don't get to, I would say, 98% of people. And we were playing games last night, and it's so funny because the girls, they all know that, right? My wife knows that, the girls know it. So sometimes they pick fun at me, and we had our neighbor got some jawbreakers. I guess something happened with like gobstoppers where they're no longer Wonka or something. I can't remember. But she got like a whole box like with 20 things and they all got gobstoppers and we're sitting there playing a game and I'm concentrating and they're just like they're chewing on those bad boys. It just was funny. And they're all just watching each other laughing and I was like, I know what you're doing. Uh, All right, so far ES futures just kind of range bound. Okay, stopped out of Google. I'm out of Google now. I don't want any trades to be going red. That's the first thing, right? All right, guys. So far, if I bring this over, just to kind of go over with you really fast, to show you what we've done. And I'm pretty sure this is what Melissa did. So price came back into the PMZ. She had missed it the first time, came back again. Gave her another opportunity. I think she trimmed right here around 66.40. She's still holding. And then for myself, we came down into the zone right here. I went long and then I tried to close out here at the trendy edge, pretty close to 91.24. We are, so I just wanted to be careful. So I brought my stops up underneath, got stopped out there. If it can hold 23 to 38, sure, I think it could still move up to 91.24 to 92.23. But what I'm seeing over here is the ES. Okay. And again, I'm using the ES to trade my portfolio. Um, and you can see we're just in a channel. And when we get closer to high on the curve, we want to look to be getting out or pulling those stops up. When we're getting lower, I want to be looking at getting long. And I just want to be careful. That's all. And I'm trying to figure out how to get my TV to work. Let me see if I can get that really quick. And what happened to Tesla over here? Why are they down 7% today? Anybody know? That's the one position I kept in my private account. Deliveries. Got it. Of course. I know a lot of people are looking to, I think the guys that I watch for free on YouTube, they were, you know, looking for that to actually move this year. New money come in. It's been beaten to death. Um, kind of curious. I think a lot of people were looking at that, so I think today might be an opportunity. Yeah. And you can see we came into 38.71 and a half again, folks. I don't know if it's going to work again. It may. If you're looking at a long, then maybe around, here, with if we use our, let me see. Yeah, there you go. 38.67 we came in. Long above 38.71 and a half. Look for it to come back to maybe 79 to 82. It looks pretty volatile and range bound, just like the last several weeks. So yes. Yeah, I'm actually surprised a lot of you guys don't use it. I don't know if it's just because maybe a lot of people feel like they don't know how to clip and draw pictures, maybe, or if they just don't have the time. But I mean, honestly, that's I highly encourage it to put in there. Kind of put yourself out there so we can help you. Hmm. Hmm. DC, I don't really understand. Do you use the list for yearly on stocks for bigger trigger moves? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so I covered that, right? For SPY this year, right? Let's go over there. Hmm. So what was the name that we went to? We called it annual 2023. I thought it was 2023 projection is what I called it. So we're right there. We're right there, DC, right? The one that I went over. Is that what you mean? Because that's the only one that I mean, as far as me, that's the only one that I actually covered. So we're right there. So for anybody that was watching my projection, we're at the 82.43 by 81. Obviously, we have an entire year to go. This is the line in the sand, though, for me. If we start to close and go ASK underneath this little box here, then perhaps I'll put on some puts, for a short term. But I do think today's going to be range bound. I don't think that I can necessarily base anything off of like, the first hour of the morning here in this area. So, yeah. Which reminds me, let's go ahead and pull up um, spying QQQ, neutral strategy. Yeah, back in the neutral. Got shy a little bit of T2. I think what's important about this morning is we're right. We got the pop and now we're breaking down. Nothing's changed. They pushed you right into resistance like they did the last several weeks overnight. Future traders, to me, have the advantage. Um, that's just how it is right now. And right here, that 382.43 by 381.81, it's an opportunity to see if we can kind of bid in here. You can see we're trying to bid on this line for the year. See what happens. Either way, a disappointment, right, for anyone trying to catch the tops there. But I think overall, let's see here. Yeah, we did really well. So Google made money. Looks like you made money on AMD. And now we're flat. So let's see what happens. You better put some earplugs in. That's loud. Okay, that's good. Yeah. Oh my God. Uh-huh. No way, man. She's is that are you talking about what's going on in the background, Roberto? Sounds like she's at the dental office. Was there data? I don't think so. Let's see. I had the economic calendar up here. Let's see. Tuesday, Monday, well, S&P PMI at 945. So that was 845 for here. So yeah. Construction spending at 10, so in about 1 minute. Hmm. All right, breaking below the 381.81. Let's see if 380.50, 378. I would much rather short a bounce from here, but let's see if we can at least bounce back up towards the line in the sand real quick. So look. All right, so we're getting that bounce that we were talking about. Um, so be a little interesting. BA's up 385. Baba's up 4. Yeah, those China names would have been nice too. And you had brought those up this morning, Melissa. Hmm. Well, typically, so what I do with China names, just so everybody understands, I hear that, a lot of people don't like China names and they're like, John, you do pretty well. The reason why I feel like I do well is because I'm buying on what I feel like is a demand zone and I'm buying out of the money and I'm trading typically with something I'm willing to take overnight, if that makes sense. So the only difference that I'm going to make this year is I'm keeping the same allocation regardless. So, it's just something I'm going to have to do, but I prefer to buy China on the dip instead of like today. I just don't want to buy it. I'd much rather buy it if it had gapped down big. Tesla is absolutely getting pounded. I mean, just it's down almost 12 bucks. It's crazy. I mean, it's almost as if they want it under 100. Remember we talked about that? Um, it's unfortunate. I think I'll probably dabble somewhere underneath there, but we'll wait and see. It's going to be for me. It's intraday until proven otherwise, though. And if you're thinking about shorting, maybe up towards the list, might do like a little, might do like some micros, or let's go over to ES really quick and see how it's reacting. Off of, let's go to the 4 hour. Yeah, right down to the weekly edge. It's at the lower weekly. Yeah, Chris, that 65 level. That's insane, dude. Like if you look at the forward splits and everything, I mean, what percentage does that put? I mean, let's see, percentage wise, let's take a look. So towards the back end of the zone, around 93. Um, and I've already measured. That would give us a 76% decline, Chris. 76%. That's pretty insane, man. Timing is the variable. Yeah, see, it's a nice little bounce here on SPY. Yes. And see if we can get up here towards the line in the sand. And I'll gauge it from there. I'll probably be looking at some shorts on micros if it hits and kind of rolls right there. Way to go, Brad. I saw you got 6 points this morning, man, on your PMZ trade. I'm addicted. My grandson, he loves go-go squeezes. We talked about that last week. I never realized how expensive these were. So I didn't go to Sam's like I'd planned, and I ended up buying 2 boxes, and they're $10 a box, man. And there's not even that many in there. So I bought a couple boxes. Dude went through one box in like 3 days. All right, so instead of just concentrating here, let's go through a couple names. Let's look at BA really fast. See if there's anything there for potential swing. We'll go back to our main names that we looked at as well. The weekly on BA is very consistent. It's making higher lows, higher highs. You can see that there's topping wicks on most of the big moves. So you got to be ready for that. I do believe that we could push up here towards this gap fill at around 209. Matter of fact, let's go in here and go to equities. Going to turn off the extended hours and apply that really fast. This will give us a cleaner look without the pre-market data. And so I'll place that there. That's going to be a gap fill. We have some selling pressure above this big candle here. I think you get an opportunity to buy it cheaper. If it comes up here, I think it comes back. Either way, this number right here, around 193, might be an opportunity somewhere between the 193.73 and the gap fill from today. So this would be like a zone, if you would. Um, so let's wait. I'm going to be patient. If BA can come into this zone, I'll look to go long. But could see 198 to 209, you know. You can see, again, the volatility, 195 all the way down into 189. Let's see, 191 into 184. So you can see $5 to $6 on these top end wicks where you can get smashed. So just understand that. Let's go to Meta. I know that. I didn't chase that this morning, but I kind of wish I would have bought it pre-market, but it's okay. Things happen. But we're just above the PMZ right now. Sorry, we're not above it. We're in it, which is kind of cool. This looks like a nice V recovery type of trajectory that we're having to the downside. So if we start to bid, um, it's only been 40 minutes. Feels like 4 hours. So we'll be patient here. What is the risk today? 42 cents. Banks are coming up next week. Let's take a look at XLF. And matter of fact, we're going to pull up. Let's pull up my trading view. Kind of work through this really quick and see what we have. Maybe towards 34.10. Yeah, let's go to BAC. And JPM. Yeah, let's see if we can get a gap fill on JPM and maybe try something there. So I'll just kind of wait until these alerts fire off. All right, nice push down here on ES. Good. Good job, RJR. Probably be wishing you had that a little bit later, huh? So I got some alerts in for, look at that nice push through the PMZ. Very nice. Let's go over here to the, oh yeah, right in the channel, folks. I mean, just like ugly. You gotta love it. And let's see, did I? There we go, 2023 projection. Oh, we broke below the 381.81. Looking for 380.41. Let's go to, what did we say, 6 months out? About 16 June. I was really hoping for a bigger bounce. So these are only $1.32. And these are about 7x. So let me see if I can get these a little bit cheaper. Please let me get them cheaper. Yeah, that's what we'll do. I'm trying to bid these 325 by 315s, 164 days out for $1. We'd probably have to bounce back up here about 50% or so. Probably could have swung those this morning, but I'm not going to cry about it. Okay. Watching, Roberto. We're at the bottom of the neutral, guys, on QQQ. We'll see. Okay. This right here, this is showing you. We'll see if that happens. So I want to show everybody right here. This is a $500 risk for $4,500 return. And we'll up that if it starts looking good. So this is just, I want to see how this reacts, this right here. Okay. And again, those are the, if we hover over, as a 325 by 315 put hedge with 164 days. That'd be kind of neat if it has to move all the way up here in order for that to execute. Because that means, I'm not trying to buy the bottom or anything like that. If you guys notice as well, I didn't point this out, but we have a little bit of demand around this 377, 376 area. QQQ 263 and a quarter. They have 0 DTE. Those are about 61 by 62 cents. They move fast. I would expect a bounce here though. So, but we also have SPY. Well, it's still breaking down. So inside and down on the 4 hour, man. Oof. All right, there it goes, breaking down. So you're looking for, look at all the different lines in here. We have several different edges. And if you notice, my target's underneath at 263.26. But we could bounce at any one of these lines. Kind of a dangerous area for me, if you will. See if we can get that level down there, though. All right, and SPY also trying to break down below here. Let's see what's Meta doing. Down still a tad, so not where I quite want it. Nvidia is down 270. I'm just looking at Tesla's down 12. Yeah, nothing for me to do here. How are you future traders doing today? You should be racking it up, man. Right? Those levels are working very, very well. And neutral level so far working pretty well as well. So yeah, the Bitcoin correlation with ES. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, it's a 10,000, man, for sure. Telling you, man, we need the flush on the higher time frames, right? We were talking about that before the new year started. We need that wick, man, right? And if you guys remember here, let's pull up this chart right here. So if we go to ES futures and we look at the yearly candle, so right here, remember now in my experience, this is a flush low. Okay, this is a flush low for right now. In my experience, the flush lows typically start a rounding formations. So to me, it would be smart to pull this back, not take out the low, and then round it out in the next week or two into earnings. So it has this rounding look to it. We push into that target I gave you guys on the SPY to the upside, and then as earnings start reporting, we get these moves that bring us down to here. Myrna. Myrna's up $3.60 today. weird. All right, let's see. Yeah, Apple with a double inside and down on the daily, possibly 123 on a, see if we get a bounce. Are we behind the double bottom there? 4 hours pretty nasty. Let it bounce a little bit here. These really are looking pretty nasty. Excuse me. Big old top and wick on Meta. But trying to get above the PMZ, and the risk itself is only 122.40, so about 50 cents, right? Mm-hmm. It's definitely trying. I'm gonna put just a PMZ stop on this. So what is that? So I'll stop out on Meta if it closes underneath the PMZ. Yeah. Hmm. Nice. Yeah, I remember when I was working in dental in the Air Force, and we were over in England. We had a huge renovation, and so many people already don't like to be in the dental office, and then you have like those noises going on, which is, in comparison, sounds like dental noises, but to the 100th level. So not fun for a lot of people. Right. Hey guys, I apologize. Typically I wouldn't want to get out of Apple or a trade that fast, but I'm just not liking how things are working at the moment, meaning like I'm not getting the flush that I specifically was looking for. And maybe I'm being impatient, but after four, almost got like 10% out of it, and then I was like, and it was you know, maybe I'm being impatient, but what I'm seeing is that, Meta's starting to work, Google's starting to turn, and so the market may be wanting to take, try to move up here. So that's all. TNX is. Let's see. TNX. Dana. So this is what, Chris, you probably know more about this than I do, man. Honestly, the TNX, what I was told is TNX, the big thing to look for is that it just chills. It doesn't really matter what it does per se. I mean, it does, but what we want in the market, depending on if you're going to the upside or downside, what I've heard is like it can go up, but we just don't want it to, scream to the upside. It's fine if it's just kind of up into the side, down into the side, and so forth. All right, so we just trimmed on Meta here. A little bit tighter trims than normal, but that's okay. Let's see, TNX. Look at that inside and up on the yearlies for TNX. I mean, it's right into some supply. Yeah, I don't know. What have we been looking at? The monthly? Yeah. Any charts you guys want to look at? Anything? Any questions? Keep an eye on MU. I'm at 51 weekly calls, huge print right on 50. Let's see, pound the table on MU. Let's take a look at MU, man. 49.97. Looks like the market is just in a channel here, but it is at the lower ME, Shia. That's so hard to say, by the way, dude. Shia, because I've been saying Shaya for so many years. But I'm learning. I'm learning, man. Let's see, to the upside, probably the decelerator, you know, as a 5206 would be a target. Then let's go with probably the accelerator, 5429. That's what my chart would look like. Let's just do this really quick. I'll make this a stop. Let's go to the weekly. Okay. Yeah, I like this. Gets us up into the cloud. Shire, are you on audio, man? I'm gonna put a chart in here for MU. GS and JPM, well, those guys I have alerts on. Can somebody tell me what these damn blue labels are on my chart? I cannot seem to find out what these are. They're driving me crazy. Yeah, I cannot figure out what they are, man. Unless it's not that. Damn. BA is definitely strong today. It continues to push there. I know Taylor entered some put credit spreads on BA. And I mean, I have to agree. This chart looks pretty strong. Very strong as it makes a new high here. I could push out into that gap fill there. A very nice chart. I mean, honestly, it's crazy because it looks smooth, but it hasn't been like the easiest trade. To 200 to 205 maybe. Let's see. Let's see. And I think my SPY, let's see how much these are going for. Cancel, replace. Trying to see if I can get these cheaper. It doesn't seem to want to go down even with a push up. Those SPYs that I'm talking about, and that's probably because they're so far out. But um, go under scales to uncheck some boxes there. Chart settings and scales. Okay, cool. Thank you, Benji. Into go to settings. Boom. Yep, that's exactly what it was, man. Thank you. Jeez. It's weird how that just random, man. Right? Very nice. That stuff is driving me crazy. It's been on there for weeks. I'm trying to think like BA if I want to do something a little wild here. The what's interesting is the volume on the calls looks a lot like last week, where they doubled up around at the monies and just outside of the money. So 50 deltas to 30, and it looks like they sold the 15s. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait to do anything here. All right, just trimmed again on Meta for 70 cents. my God, now my phone is stuck. I swear, today is weird. All right, we're almost to the next trim area here. You know, right before our next trim, let's see if we can get it. Come on, one more little push here. Literally just a few pennies away. Somewhere in the world, somebody has to bid above the last trader in order for the market to go up. Somebody must feel as if the value is greater than what it's currently trading at. Is there anybody out there that believes that? If so, please click the buy button. We're close enough. And 125.84 would be the next one. Go ahead and bring your stops up to in the money. Look at BA go, man. It's really trying to round out there. Baidu's up almost 8. Wow. Goldman Sachs up 4. BAC's up 86 cents. What did I miss? I had these alerts on. Did they not get hit? Ah, missed them by just a tad. Damn it. Man, oh man. 37.50. It's not enough reward there. We talk about this a lot on long-term trades. If you're having a hard time looking at previous losses, and you want to day trade, I tend to think 2 accounts is a better idea. Amazon's not doing too bad. Got stuffed up to the edge. See if we can get it a little bit cheaper. Let me go with That's Melissa reporting from the war zone of her bathroom. Our our kitchen. No, no, it didn't sound bad. Just thought it was funny. It hardly hurt anything. I think if we, for some reason, Amazon comes back and fills the gap or comes around 84.20 to 84, I think I'm going to buy a swing and see if we continue the run for the next couple days into January. Nice. Good job, Melissa. Nice, nice. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, I'm also watching Melissa on the ES futures on my daily chart. I have the trigger longs. Again, we don't have to go long there, guys. It's just a level where we want to check. But it is the ME, the lower ME. So what's neat about this month, this year, kind of how where we started above the ME, and I always kind of like that. That's just me being a bull at heart. Is for the future edges, if we open up above them, what I like is for a pullback to them, and then you start to think longer. Like so, because this is the monthly edge, I'm thinking swings, right? So if the ES comes down into that trigger long, I don't mind going long, like micros. And I think that's a good way to try to learn how to hold a futures contract is on these bigger zones, you have a little bit wider stop because you're using less risk, but you get to see how a bigger zone feels instead of just kind of scalping through the day. So if we get down here, the idea is that I want to be long as long as we can reclaim above that trigger long, above the ME, and perhaps, if the market wants to run into earnings, bank earnings, and so forth, then we get to trade your micros up to the bigger levels, and perhaps something like that. Not easy to do on ES futures unless you have reached out to your broker and got into trading options. Okay. And we can do that. So for you future traders that have access to options, what we can do is if price comes down to here, you know, you can try buying contracts on our trigger and then targeting, longer term trades. Just something to think about. So far, though, I mean, it feels just like last week to me, Melissa. It's kind of slow and choppy. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. How's the weather been, Melissa? Yeah, I know. Right. So the only thing that we've struggled with over the last couple of days was the fog. We've had really dense fog, and I think today looks pretty clear. So, I mean, mm-hmm, mm. So I'm not. Oh man, they need to get their camera fixed. It's in like black and white or something, guys. But this is the beach right now. You can tell a lot of people out in shorts. We went, they have a polar plunge every year. I don't know if you guys do that down south, Melissa, but the kids do it every single year. They line up at the beach and they jump in the water um, for the new year, which is pretty cool. Um, yeah, yeah. I didn't think you would. Yeah. Right. All right, so we're down at the trigger long on 38.32. So what I want to do from here is go to the 5 minute, and you'll see we're right at the trendy edge. And notice how we're bouncing. Okay, so again, this is like a scalp trade from these levels, and you know, again, each trade should only be about 3 points. What you could do is just take the measured move of any, like, so if I were scalp trading, you can see that this is a measured move. This is a move, right? So we just need to measure right here and here. So take your fibs, do something like this. And so if this trade were to work out and we get a bounce, you'd be trimming at 37 and potentially 40 around there. So let's just kind of see what that looks like. On on this one in particular, I did not. I've only taken two trades. No, not yet. No, we got one yellow bar down here. It's kind of difficult today because we have, like, I'm looking at my charts and I see ME, I see the DE, and I see the WE. And I'm like just sitting here thinking in my head, like, which one do you want? You know? I mean, Bears are obviously in control. Like, nothing's changed. I kept hearing over the weekend, these guys that I watch, and just, I think that type of stuff catches on, They have over like 300 something thousand subscribers. So like on their YouTube page. So, I mean, you get to saying something, it spreads like wildfire. So everybody was talking about how new money was coming in and, good buying opportunity. But to me, they did the same thing they always do. It was a holiday and the exuberance pushed the market up. You don't even know why. I mean, to me, it's like, honestly, it feels like manipulation. So what happens is, they know people are stoked. They know people want to do New Year resolutions. People are amped up, and you manipulate the market. You give them a little something what they want. I guarantee you, there's a ton of traders who bought right at the top today. And their resolutions are already broken. Right, right. Nah, they'll take care of it. Yeah, yeah. But you can see right here, Melissa, or anyone that's watching, we just kind of measured this measured move. You get the pop off the level. Um, and this is kind of what's been going on this morning. Ever since we broke the PMZ on a 5 minute, this cloud is definitely resistance. So, and there's that first level from that level. That's only 40 cents if you would have went long SPY there, but still not bad. Now I'm watching these pullbacks, Melissa, and what I see here, like I'm just trying to get a feel for the stocks, what they're doing. And I mean, a lot of them, like Roberto pointed out, Meta just kind of keeps holding its PMZ. It's hit our targets once I entered there, and BA is, it was up six something. It's up five. China names are keeping, banks are still keeping their bids. I feel like stocks are relatively kind of strong here, regardless of the pullback. But Tesla just absolutely smashed, down $14 now at 108. Yeah, this feels like just yeah. I mean, this has been murdered. Like seriously. Um, UNH really big pullback, $16 today. XLE Energy down $1.57. XLV down $1.80. What were some of the things you found, Melissa? Or did you find anything that you feel like is definitely like a nice sector to look at, maybe? Yeah, it swings. Yeah. What? FCX. Hmm. Are these all like oil? What are these? Yeah. FCX? Energy? Oh, you say XOB. Okay, home builders. Gotcha. Materials. That's what it says. Yeah. Okay. Got it. You like all of these to the upside or? Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Got it. So, so Halliburton on the yearly was an inside and up, and then this year you're looking for it to come back to 38.2. Okay. Just it's funny. I already had for some reason I already did some kind of voodoo magic up here. Um, I don't know where you measured from. Did you only measure just last year's candle by chance? Okay, got it. And so about 34.77 or so, somewhere in there. It's also confluent to the pretty confluent to the cloud on Halliburton. Yeah. Okay. Mhm. Okay. Mm-hmm. I also have an FCX in here. Um, I don't know. We must have been talking about them. FCX is interesting. It's on the teetering on inside and down or inside and up. I don't know yet. Um, what's it at? 38.24. It goes inside and up around 41.40 roughly. Um, and then let's see. No, that's a yearly. And then CSX. This is interesting. I wrote some strong considering Friday's move. This must be from a long time ago. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Well, I mean, look at it though. Look how well it worked whenever I put this thing together. It hit, it's right there. Look at that. To trim, take profits. It it worked. I mean, that was a long time ago too. I don't know when I did this for somebody, but that worked. Hmm. 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 Yeah. Yeah. And this CSX, I mean, it's starting off the year inside and down, but again, it's the first day, but um it looks a lot like the ES futures or SPY. It's a really deep body candle from last year. Um mhm. 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 The weekly is interesting too. It's flagging. Um, but nice little gap fills down here at 29.70 by 29. I'm gonna add an alert there for CSX. So crazy. Yeah. Hmm. The CSX, I want to short it. It looks like on the daily, man. But hmm 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 I know. So that's the thing too. Sometimes I'll wait for my entries. I'm like, man, that'd have been a nice short down to my entry, right? It's like it could pay for my entry, literally. Hmm. Uh-huh. I mean, it's a healthy way of trying to trade. It's like, instead of trying to be right about your put, you're just trying to get price to go to where you want to buy it. You're being a smart consumer, It's like, I don't know. To me, you have the yearly inside and down that's around 30.98 or so. And I mean, that could be a stop, and it's not a lot of risk. I could put the trade on right now and be like, okay, I'll get stopped out if we close above 30.98 today, you know? And if I don't, hmm yeah, that's the one I'm staring at. Yep. I like it down to 29.70 by 29.18. You also have a trend line. I know we don't really care about those, but if other traders are watching it, sometimes they can help us out. Um, oh God, no. I mean, it really doesn't work out. Like I said, when you look like this one, if you look down and to the left and you want to go short, you got to look for a demand zone. I don't see demand. I see a gap fill down at 29.77. So it might be. So you're gonna talk me into a trade here. CSX. Let's see, to 29.70. Yeah, I see that. These are pretty inexpensive. They must not move a lot, do they? Okay. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Mm-hmm. I almost would rather like short shares. That's just me, but doesn't cost me really anything. But I'll probably hold off though, especially because it moves so slow. 32.50 for what month? Oh yeah, I see him. Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad. Hmm. 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 Jesus, man. Tesla's at 107 now. What do you think about gold into this year? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. I mean, like GLD gapped up into a little bit of supply here, pulling back. I prefer to catch gold back down at 167, 165. Um, broke down. See, we don't know what edge it wants right now. It's there's just so many down there. That's why I'm, kind of hesitant. You asked if I went long earlier. It would have worked for a couple points, but it just Yeah. Yeah. The 30 minute, I see the DEs, so we came into the daily edges. We're getting a bounce there. Um, this one, depending on how many red bars do we have? One, two, three, four, five. No. Wait, well, is green fired? I was trying to read what I'm called saying today. Right. I saw it. I was trying to, it's so weird because I constantly like think I have it down. And then I'm like, oh, I guess not, you know. I just look at the red and yellow bars, you know. But like the green ones you said that's not firing, correct? Or they are. It has fired. So it's like, okay, but when I look at it, it's like, oh, it fired to the upside. It fired to the I don't want to buy anymore side to the fired to the downside. It's like, mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, not really. But from a point perspective, I think that was last night. It worked pretty well. Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. Right. And the only thing that I see is that the daily edge so far is working for several points. It's a nice little trade. And that's the thing. I keep seeing this thing come down into levels, and the stocks that I'm paying attention to, you know, for the most part, are doing pretty well. BA came in quite a bit. It's only up 343 now. So I'm kind of curious if, you know, I was liking the 200 strikes. You know, I get them a lot cheaper now than what other people might have bought them for. Um, mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Those are $1.10 by $1.18. Let's see. Yeah, right there. It looks a lot like Meta did a little earlier. Prefer it to touch it. I just want you to touch it. Go down, right? Then I would prefer a flush of it, you know, and then a reclaim. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Nice little sell. I think we wait for ES to come into the WE down here, guys. Give it a little bit more. See what it wants to do. Like I said, there's a lot of edges down there. Don't know which one it wants, so I'm not willing to mess around and try to guess. BA, now it's looking like the rest of the market. I prefer to pull back, but it just came in. It flushed the PMZ like we wanted. See if it can close above the PMZ. Hmm. No. Mm-hmm. What? Wow. You said he passed away? Okay. Okay. That's crazy. They've been talking about that lately, how so many young people are having heart attacks. Hmm. Yeah, the WE is right below it, so I don't know. Like I was saying, I don't know which edge it wants, but there's like a couple in there. Well, BA busted right through the ME. Maybe there's some chance for you. Yeah, B. I know, right? I don't know. I don't know. We're kind of just hanging out here, so. nice divergence on the 30-minute chart. So if we can regain the ME here, I think we could push up nicely to 38.45 to 50 before the end of the day. So the trajectory down has V recovery written all over it, but we'll see. I mean, maybe I'm being a little too optimistic, but we'll see. And guys, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go say hi to my little grandson and hang out for a few minutes. This edge is taking forever. So I went inside and little guy had to get his diaper changed. So I was like, okay, I'm back. Mm, I did for a while. Oh man. Right. Right. That's funny. I don't know. When I was younger, no problem. I don't know why. My stomach's been weird though. Like almost for over a week now. So I went from being super sick with a cold to having some kind of stomach thing that's like bothering me. I feel sort of nauseous during the day. It kind of reminds me of what everyone described as COVID. So I took my test and I didn't have COVID, but ever since I got sick in New York, I can smell things and they smell a lot different than they used to smell. So like meats smell really like potent. The flavors aren't quite like they were before. So it's kind of tripping me out. I'm just not very hungry. Things taste weird to me. Probably good though, so I can lose a little weight. So I'm not complaining too much. Yeah. Mm-mm. I haven't. Okay. One thing I really like is my ADX scanner. I got that from somebody. Like I didn't build it or anything, but I'm gonna look at it really quick. It usually has some great finds on it. Let's see. See if any of these sound good. Most of them are down. Costco's down $7. Let's look at Urban. Is that Urban Outfitters? Yep. Make sure you pay attention to the SPY neutral and QQQ neutral, guys. This thing over here said get short. Hit T2 now on SPY and then QQQ close to T2. Hopefully that's the end of the sell-off for today. A little ridiculous. Getting kind of old, isn't it? There's really no trend here. And I mean, you could sit here and say, well, it's trending down, but I mean, we gapped up several points. I think the trend is gap sideways down. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Almost every time, you know? Good. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Okay, nice little bounce off of T2 here. Come on, market. Do something. Do something with yourself. So my daughter goes back, they go back tomorrow around 5 in the afternoon. So my other daughter went to work and didn't realize that his car seat was in the car. So she's like at work, at a hospital, can't come downstairs. So we're kind of stuck at home. That's why I'm in front of the charts right now. But I'll probably take off today around, well, I'm not going to go anywhere, but I'll probably have lunch with everyone, kind of watch the market, see if we get, some sort of move here. That would be nice. We're definitely creating some nice little range. The one thing that I'll tell you, if you look at this 4 hour that I have on the chart on SPY and QQQ, it reminds me of last week. Remember when we had those demand zones, or I labeled them imbalance? We have the same thing down here at your T3s on SPY and Qs. So if for some reason we don't get the bounce that we're looking for, I we get a bounce, but it just hits resistance on smaller time frames, we're probably headed to that. In order for bulls to make a statement for the rest of the day, this target we hit on SPY needs to hold at 378.40. Um, I'm a little concerned. My targets don't have to get hit, like they just don't. We're holding on the Qs at the daily edge, but 261.88 is still down there. I think we could get a little bit of something here. I almost added to my equity. I should have on BA. I didn't. It's okay. That would have been perfect in the PMZ. Let's get to 194.83. Oops. Somebody's getting their teeth drilled. Are you here, Victor trimming? Sorry, I'm like in and out with the grandson here, guys. And appreciate it. Nice job tipping her up. Brittany, thank you. Give me that rally. Melissa's trimming. Good job. Good job. Let's get back up there to that. So what I was saying earlier is you want to the 30-minute is really attractive. So that's what had my attention. Come over here. This Urban Outfitters has got my attention too. Don't ask me why. Why I would trade Urban is technical, has nothing to do with anything else. But I like the rounding bottom here. So, hey buddy, come here. I told him to come here to give me a hug, and he goes, "No." Hi, buddy. Come here. I love you. Were you able to help Victor? See if Aspen can go in there. Ask Aspen to go in there. Say, "Come here, Aspen." See you later, buddy. So he used to sit on my lap while I traded, but for some reason he won't. You know how he's in his twos, man. So you know how they get. They're rude, right? They could be rude sometimes, but man, when he's sweet and he's smiling and he's just like, it's so cute. It makes me want to have a kid again, another one. I don't care. Like, it really does. Sometimes I feel like my purpose is like to have kids. I mean, I only have three, but like now that I'm older, I feel like if you don't have kids, I just don't understand like what to do, you know? I don't know what to do. Yeah, I guess I didn't take his trade suggestions. But seriously, like I talked to my kids about that and Ashley, and I'm just like, what do you I get bored. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I get a little bored. We do a lot of stuff and I'm like, there's nothing better than watching the excitement. That's why I like the room, right? That's why I like what I do is because I like to see people grow. I like to see people get better, you know? And I'm trying to talk her into moving here, but she just won't. I was like, I said, I'll help pay for your mortgage or rent. I'll pay half. And her eyes kind of got like interested, but I know. I know. And she has all her sisters here, you know. But she's in school. Oh, I tell you what, she's in school, and she has a job. You know, she's comfortable. But I'm like, babe, I'm like, we can make you just as comfortable here. It just take about a month or two. We'll get you right where you need to be. You'll be happy you moved. But yes, I feel the same way about Oklahoma. So go ahead. Should I take it again? I mean, it's hit there so many times. I feel like now it's a fill, you know. You got ES down at 37. It's just I feel like the low's in for the day. Let's see what happens. I'm not saying it can't drop a couple more points, but I just don't feel like this is a 65 to 100 point day. But what do I know? I'm just happy that I'm not overexposed or anything to the long side. So, and another thing I'm trying to like figure out like daily when we're in these conditions, I feel like I want to close out daily. If something's not working, I almost feel like I just want to close and come in fresh every day until conditions change, until we have a trending market. So if you're listening to me, be prepared. Like if you see me trading something, I may close it, even if it's barely down. JPM came down to 134.22. I was waiting for that. I think that's a gap fill. Did it break through the PMZ? I think it did. No, no, BA. Yeah. It might be coming down to the WE here. Hey, buddy. Now, basically, what I did was went short below the PMZ, and my stop's up at 193.90. If it's super choppy, I'll probably get stopped on both sides. Hmm. And I actually prefer BA butterfly for the price to come down. I thought about it after I took it. I'm like, man, it's kind of tight for still having 4 days left. But I want to assess it before the end of the day. If it's below 25, 30%, I'll probably close it out. We'll see. Like I said, I don't think I'll be holding too much stuff overnight, if anything. Hmm. Still shocked I'm not stopped out of meta yet. Soon. I mean, I'm pretty close. Oof. Tesla down 15%. So I have a good friend who has a really big account, and he always told me just add it negative 15% on equity if you really like something, like for adding. Me, I prefer a level. So I'm like, well, if it's down 15%, we could look. See if we're at a level. But he killed it during 2020, and he just kept adding on the dips. And dude, when the market took off, this guy made tons of money. He just was buying equity. It's pretty impressive. Ooh, this market is something else. What are we doing here? Come on. Get a rally. You know, it's funny, Chris. You're like, let's get a rally to 389. 2 hours later, let's get a rally to 386. 2 hours later, let's get a rally to 380. Ah, it's so choppy. This is crazy. Uh, you get stopped out on the short and the long side on my equity. But I'll make up for it if we can rally on my butterflies. Yeah, something has to give, man. Something. Did you just send that to me? I pulled up my stops on Meta, so I'm closed out now.